And good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. I see everybody kind of jumped on and got started without me. Who all is here this evening? Nick, Da Vinci, Stephen Poole. Welcome on in. Shenanigans, Modlight, Kenneth 3D Prints. Welcome on in, everybody. So I believe most everybody here is new. There might be one or two new people here. So I am once again, my name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. Variety streaming because I do everything from machine builds, like assemblies and modifications, to full up printer kit builds and self-source printers like my Trident, my 2.4, my other 2.4, to full up printer builds from, we'll say, early conception. So I took part in the closed beta of the 0G Mercury 1. This is a full frame build with enclosure, as well as the TradRack beta test program. I've just got involved, signed my NDA with Fetus. I'm going to be one of their beta testers this year. So I'm looking forward to getting some cool stuff from Fetus that I can test out. I won't be able to show it on stream, but I'll be able to test it out and give you guys some first impressions once they do drop. You were early. Iced coffee and apple crisp. Teslas, I am so sorry. I want to go and look at the VOD because I saw you were doing an apple crisp today and was like all excited. And then I got hit with a bunch of meetings that I wasn't expecting because apparently we all forgot that tomorrow is a day off for Cisco, where I work. So a couple of meetings got moved into today because of it, and I wasn't able to catch your stream earlier. So I hope the apple crisp came out well and is very good. I'm looking forward to that type of stuff when Mrs. Dragon gets home. Start it Sunday. I believe she's back here Sunday. So they fly to Atlanta on Friday, and then she will be back home on Sunday. So welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. If you got your coffee, then by all means grab it. If you need a cup for your coffee or other drink, in the top left corner of your screen, there should be a link to get some merch that just disappeared. It'll pop up here in a second. It's back. So there's two versions of the coffee cup now. There's this version, which just has the logo. There's the version that had just popped up that will pop back up here in a minute that has the logo with my handle underneath. I finally did get my batch of stickers. Let me pop over this camera. So my batch of stickers came in, and they were in my neighbor's mailbox, and they just hadn't checked their mailbox in a few days. But the Digital Dragon down here is kind of washed out by all the black, and there is a little bit of a white border around it. So I made another set of stickers as well, so you can still get this one, but I made one which is all white background with, the Digital Dragon. It'll look more like this cup with the look or with the handle underneath it. So there'll be some new stickers out. There was a problem with the hats, and I'm going to have to change up the design for the hat. It's just, this is too complicated for the embroidery for the hat, so we're going to have to change it, and I'll probably just make it go to a solid color and be done with it. And then the shirt, I'm still waiting on that to arrive. Once the shirt arrives, I will be able to check it out, see if I like it, and release that one in the merch store as well. So welcome on in, Timor. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you for shouting out Shenanigans, Modlight. And our good friend Pez Liz. You may see me step off the screen every once in a while during the stream. For whatever reason, my allergies have decided to go bonkers on me. So we will be playing with that fun tonight. But yeah, welcome on in, everybody. So last stream, which was Tuesday, we managed to get the majority of our frame build. The only thing that we're missing is our gantry cross piece, which will, of course, hopefully happen today, and then the actual X gantry. But the frame is, for all intents and purposes, done. We got our Y rails on the last frame, and we got our X linear rails on in the last frame or last stream. And that's where we're going to start off today. And once again, the plan is Tuesdays and Thursdays, we're going to work on the salad fork. And then on Saturday, we will start in on the 2.4 for Chewy's build. So, listening as you cook. What are you cooking, Shenanigans? Hopefully something good. Also been coordinating with my neighbor. I'm supposed to watch their cat tomorrow, so I gotta get up and go feed the kitty tomorrow. So let's see if I can make this just a smidge smaller. So you might be able to see kind of where we're at in the manual and what we're working on. We're going to start working on our Z steppers. So in order to do that, I'm going to put my coffee over there out of the way. We're going to need some of our M3x12 socket head cap screws. And some M3x10 button head cap. So Free Heathen, welcome on in, dude. How's it going? Yes, it is a box. Just a box. That's all we're working with here. Just a box. But it's a box that will turn into another cool little printer. And once again, my friends, I know I mentioned this before. I am finding that having either a silicone mat or your parts bin or even just a couple of paper towels or a paper towel is great because you can dump out your screws here and they don't go rolling around. These screws over here, if I dump them out, they can move around real easy. Where here, if I hit it, it's not going to go that far. So very useful to have, especially on a bench with no edge on it, where things can roll off and go onto the floor, and then you got to try and have fun with it. My fave, shop towels. Yep, shop towels will work too. Shop towels will work too. And just because Free Heathen's here, we're just gonna say, oh, it won't fit. I could have got it captive in there, but since I was showing these off to Creality as I was doing my SureFest feedback session, we just gotta throw the Blood Angels out here for Free Heathen. Almost fit. I know it'll fit in there, but it won't come back out. It'd be captive. Okay, so we've got some M3x12 screws here. We're going to need some M3x10 screws as well, but these will be the socket head variety. Just going to set those over there for right now. And we'll need our 3 NEMA 17 200 stepper motors. So we've got our motor kit here. And in our motor kit, we'll have 3 motors with the integrated lead screws at the top. Those are the ones we're going to use right now. These will be our A and B motors, and then the motor for our extruder. So we're going to grab our motors and just set them here where they are a little more accessible. And the motors are branded DFH. They're a hybrid stepper motor. They have the DFH logo, and the part number is a DFH part number as well. Focal length, find it. At some point, I really need to just put like a little guide out here. These are all 1.8 millimeter stepper motors, 200 millimeter in length on the lead screws that are integrated lead screws. Hey, Ram Online, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I and Ram Online. I know it's Ramon. Yeah, this is a really nice frame. This is a white powder coated frame. I'm assuming by DLL PDF. It does not on the DFH site. It doesn't say who did the frames, but I am pretty sure that this is a white powder coated maker beam. Maker beam. That's critical. Because our profiles are more of a plus, where on an LDO or Masumi, the bottom part of the channel, rather than being squared off like that, would be in an angle. So we can't use like our little after the fact rolling nuts from LDO. So that'll come into effect a little bit later on. So what we're going to do is we're going to attach a motor mount to each stepper motor, okay, with the N3x12 socket head cap screws. We're going to grab our 3 motor mounts out of our little parts bag there, and we're going to install 3 of our motor mounts. So pretty simple, but we do need to kind of make sure which way our motors are going to go. So we'll go like that. And we want to keep our motors, yeah, I believe we want them to go towards the inside based on where our things are going to be. Yeah. Okay, that is a big solid chunk. It says to leave one of these loose. And for now, we'll tighten it up. The reason we're leaving it loose is so that we can put the deck panel in. And the deck panel won't be here till Saturday. Thanks to KB3D Chris. I was looking and nobody really had the deck panels. Or at least nobody close. I know DLL PDF has them, but I don't know if they were going to have to manufacture them or not. But I called Chris, and the only thing that shows up in the file section for this printer is the back panel and the deck panel. There is no bottom panel in the files for this printer. So, Chris, I had to order them. Well, it isn't that great. Apparently, I put this on the wrong side. Based on the logo. So Chris jumped out there. Hey, Betty Badass. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so Chris went out, looked at the DXF files, pinged me late last night or the after stream on Tuesday and said, hey, I just looked at these. The the DXF files, you know, do you need them for a 120 or the 150? Because I thought you were doing a 160 build. And I was like, the 150, 160 are the same. I mean, it's just whether or not you have a 150 bed or a 160 bed, but it's the same frame size and everything. Well, darn it. And so he said, okay, no problem. And he went out and got the files, said, okay, there's a problem with the files. I don't think they're the correct dimensions and stuff like that. So he went ahead and catted up his own set of files and cut them and got them in the mail to me yesterday. And I just got the information. I'm sorry, the files or the package from Chris is going to get here on Monday. So it'll be here for the next stream on the salad fork. I've got stuff coming in on Saturday, or excuse me, tomorrow for electronics. So after talking with Aaron on the last stream, I decided it would probably be better to go with a Big Tree Tech M5P and a CB1 module. So that's what I ordered, and I ordered those off of Amazon for a couple of reasons. One, so I can get them here quickly. Two, the CB1 module that I got is the one with 32 gig of eMMC RAM. And I know some of you are going, well, wait a minute. If you just wait until Saturday, Big Tree Tech has a big sale on at AliExpress. So I think like everything at AliExpress is on sale Saturday for 11/11. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about it. I will probably still buy stuff that day. But yeah, so I've got the M5P coming, which supports CAN bus on the board, a CB1 with 32 gig eMMC module, and heatsink. And we've also got a, give me 1 second, just to think. I want this to, ooh. Yeah, I'm going to turn this rather than run it straight towards the front. I'm going to run it out one of the sides, just for cable management's sake underneath. And then I've also got the EBB 36. So that all that stuff will be here on Friday. Yes. So the stuff coming tomorrow is I think UPS is how Amazon was sending it. So the stuff coming tomorrow is from Amazon. And then I think some part of it was coming UPS. The stuff coming with Chris is getting here Monday because it's going USPS, so the U.S. Postal Service. But yeah, it's. Thanks for the alert, Graham. Thanks, Everything Plus Ultra. Yeah, we finished the last build, and if you guys want, I can bring that up here real fast and show it off because I know there's a few people that probably haven't seen it, and I know Free Heathen just wants to keep seeing it because it hasn't shipped yet. So let me bring that up and set it up on the table. I just had to sit it down out of the way so it wasn't getting kicked and stepped on as I'm walking around, but So this was the last build. So this is a V02, and we've got our Nevermore system over here, and we've got ourselves a few nozzles that will be coming with it. It's got a 0.4 in it. We've got a 0.6 and a point, a 0.25, a 0.6, and then this is a 0.6 obsidian nozzle that will be coming with it. Because I know Free Heathen wants to be able to run some different pet materials and some different types of material. So, yeah, we will be boxing this up. And like I said, the nice thing I like about this is it can go back along the side for shipping. And then all you have to do is pop it out, turn around, slide it in. Actually, I'm going to say flip it over and slide it in that way. And it's ready to use. And then once again, if you're going to ship it or take it with you somewhere, you go like that and it's out of the way and it's not going to catch on anything and get ripped off. So, and it was funny because Free Heathen was our hype man for the stream and was calling this his, bubblegum dragon. He had named it already, and he just didn't know that he was naming his printer. Would it fit in a carry-on? Yes, I believe this would fit in a carry-on, Free Heathen. I believe it would. So, yeah. This is the little guy that we finished up not too long ago. And we did the announcement and on Saturday. So, yep. Okay, so we've got our 3 motors mounted, and I did go ahead and crank them on there. So I'm going to put my M3x12s back up. M3x12 socket head cap screws. And now we're going to attach the motors to the frame using the M3x10 button head cap screws. And what we're going to need to do is get our, just kind of line up our M3 nuts as best we can. Bring this over towards me some more. Okay, and these ready. Probably an easier way of doing it than this, but This is how I chose to go and money. Hey, Creatix Brit, how are you doing tonight? Hope you are doing well. We are working on mounting our motors, which is fun because I get to play the why aren't my motors lining up or my screws lining up for my motors. That game. Hi. Oh, we're close. All right, one side's in. Now let's see if we can get the front side to go in. Line up. This would probably be one of those places where being able to do a, like the no drop nut um, piece would come out and work out pretty good. So on the rear one, you've got, um, you need one on each side at the top and at this front edge rail here. So let me see. So you need the ones at the top, but there's also holes at the front side there. So we need to make sure that we have things available, but not necessarily in the way, so to speak. Whoops. There we go. Darn it. There we go. That's one thing when you start working on your little printers for ants is they do get tight fairly quickly. Think you get it in there, you may not. Maybe. There we go. Okay, so we have our rear ones a little snug. Now we're just going to set this down. So that we can get to these lower rear ones. You see me holding it up in the back here because this is, yeah, it's a weird angle. So just make sure that you've got it supported so you're not bending the rail. Sorry, I've had my head down there. So yeah, I know it's definitely a bummer when your printer's down, and I I just wish we could have gotten that printer up and working. Kind of annoying. Okay, so we've got four, and the reason this one is out of whack is the frame had rolled some. Sure that it's nice and squared up again. There we go. So we've got our three motors. Like I said, it told us to leave one um, loose, but we went ahead and did all of them fairly tight for right now, because what we'll do is we'll just take the motor out itself and allow us to lay our plate in, and then we can put this motor back in place. We'll do that once we get the plate, which will be on Tuesday's stream. We won't be able to do this part, which is to set the plate in there. And then you've got these 8 little clips that we're going to put in. And that's where I'm definitely going to have to double check, because there are clips for the LDO extrusions, and then there's clips for the maker beam. And I am not 100% sure which ones I printed out, nor kind of which bag I put it in. Oh, there they are. And I'm pretty sure these are not the maker beam. So I will have to double check those and possibly reprint those as well. So for now, we've got our motors in. We're going to keep on moving through the process here. We'll attach the feet, which we should be able to do no problem without it getting in the way. So we will do a flip on our machine. Here, all your nuts slide around in the frame and hope to God that none of them come out. Okay. And we're nice and squared still. I'm going to be working up here. Now, once again, the deck plate, there's little edges on each one of these motor mounts. So the deck plate's going to sit right around each one of these motor mounts. And that's where I said I'll loosen these up. I may not have to take it all the way out. I may just have to take it, twist it, drop the plate in, twist it back this way, and then re-screw it. So it shouldn't take that much. Oh, there you go, Timor. So all 20 are down. Yeah, I can't tell you. It was with a heavy heart when I go to like Rocky Mountain or Midwest or East Coast Reprint Festival, now 3D Printopia, simply because I have to turn everything off and it's all quiet up here. And nothing's running, no fans are going, and it's eerie. Well, don't get too depressed with it. We'll get you going, that's for sure. So we're gonna need our feetsies. That was in a different bag, and our feet will have a nice, curved edge, and then on the side profile we'll have the salad fork image. Your curved edges go towards the front and the back. So you got to be cognizant of that. And there's the side with the extra holes, and then the side that just has the 2 holes and the 2 nubs. This is the side that goes against the frame. Once again, the curved face will be towards the inside on the front, and your fork will be on the outside edge. And of course, it'll be facing down. So we'll need to take all of our nuts that just rolled down here, scoot them over. So you're going to need 1 nut at the front and the rear edge. And you're just going to set your foot down in there and line up your nuts. So Liz, you never did tell us how your apple crisp came out. No, you would have had to have tried it by now. Yep. Line up your nuts. Lube rails, and now we're playing with our nuts again. 3x10s. We need M3x6s for our feet. We'll get our super small ones. We'll have to take these and get the front one in place. And then we come down through the foot into the screw head like that. Screw that in place. Make sure you're getting it nice and tight up to the front edge. You want to front and the side edge. Now would be a good time. You can just feel it, or you can use your 1, 2, 3 blocks. Now this rear hole, we don't have much room right in here. So you may have to take your tweezers, if you've got the angled ones, use that to line your screw up and drop it down in place. And then once again, you're coming in through the leg down to the head of the screw and screwing it down. That's where it really helps to have those tweezers so you can line up the parts a little bit easier. And then opposite corners will be the same part. But once again, just make sure that your fork is facing the side and the curved piece is facing the front and back. You'll be fine. And I did see that they were posting about a new Micron manual coming out. And LDO made a comment about, I believe, having a Micron kit available. So there might be a launch of a Micron kit in the near future. It's LDO, and I believe West 3D is going to have it. And it might be there just in time for Christmas gifts. So if you too like smaller printers and printers for ants, you should be able to get your hands on a Micron, which the Micron is the 2.4 version of this, the flying gantry. So Line up our nuts. Drop game should work on this scene. So if it's not working, you might have to use a command to kind of jump start it. That was the right screen. And you know me, we're going to deviate from the build a little bit as far as the build order. Part of that's going to be because, well, as you can see, we didn't put the bottom panel on because we don't have the bottom panel in yet. And we might do a couple of other things out of order just because it'll make things good, make things a little bit easier down the road. Hey, Subsector, how are you doing? How are you doing, my dude? Okay, so we have our bottom feet on. Now it wants us to start working on the Z carriages. Start with the left Z carriage. Now flip this back over. Now it's not on its rubber feet, but it's up and it's off the motor, so that's good. That was just weird. It felt like I had like 4 things coming. Oh, I'm sitting here drinking out of that coffee cup and forgot I got the other one over here. It's going to go cold if I keep drinking out of the mug. Yeah, well, it happens, mod light. The biggest thing is don't let that get you down, and don't let that bother you. I mean, printers can be finicky things, and you know they've got electrical components. Electrical components sometimes just go poofy. It happens. Um, So now we're going to start working on our left carriage. So we're going to need some M2x6 button head cap screws. M2x6 button head cap screws. We'll need M3x6 button head cap screws. So M3x6 button head cap screws. One lead screw nut. Two M3x12 socket head cap screws. Socket head. And two M3 lock nuts. Okay. I'm going to grab two of those and set them down there. Make sure we have everything in place to do this. And lock nut. Lock nut. Where are the lock nuts? One Z carriage left and a Z carriage left accent part. Okay. Normally, you would get your lead screw nuts with the lead screws. So give me 1 second to look in here and see if there's any lead screw nuts down here. No, that's wires for the Z motors. The scooter motor. Those motors. So interesting. This did not come with the lead screws in there, and I do not remember seeing them in there. Oh, in the motion pack, I think. Okay, subsector, not a problem. Not a problem. Shenanigans is drinking tea instead of coffee. That's fine. We can handle tea drinkers here. Good morning, Ozzy. How are you doing today? Hibiscus rose petal tea. Nice. My wife actually makes tea from our herb garden, and we've got roses and herb garden stuff, and she tends to make some of our own teas. So um so one other thing that we do need to talk about, and hey, MakerMind Nexus, welcome on in, Dan. Brit's there. Oh, you're Lucky Turkey, Brit? Oh man, I was just gonna make an announcement about the calendar. So, and I'm gonna jump over here to the main heads up window real fast. So I did get a call, and my cataracts eye surgery is approved and now scheduled. So we're going to be off on the 23rd. Yeah, the 23rd, which is Thanksgiving. My surgery is the 29th and the 6th. So I may or may not stream on the Thursdays following my surgery. I have no idea how I'm going to feel. Other than I know I've got to get up Thursday morning and do a follow-up. So there's 3 weeks there where we may not have a stream on Thursday, but we'll still stream Tuesdays and Saturdays. So Thanksgiving Thursday, and then the November the 23rd, November the 30th, and December 7th, I believe it is. So the 23rd, no stream, that's a holiday. The other two, we're going to play it by ear, and I may call those Thursday morning, midday-ish, if I don't feel up to streaming. And if we do stream, chances are we won't build, we'll just chat. Okay? So I wanted to throw that out there and give everybody a heads up on that. And meanwhile, I'm going to sneak over here and just, like I said, my allergies, for whatever reason, have decided to go bonkers on me. Okay, so I think we have all the parts because we found our T-nuts. It says we're going to attach the accent piece to the main piece using 3 M3x6 button head cap screws. So the way these work, so this is this way, this one is this way. The one time where the manual look kind of looks a little bit funny. So what we've got here is the photo is kind of looking at it from this direction, right? So you're seeing, I'm going to turn this all the way around. You're basically seeing it from this direction where you've got your Y rail, your Z rail, and then you're looking for the part that's going to mount on that truck and then come to this side to be able to go down over that screw. So that's where we're looking. By the way, I'm going to take and move this stopper maybe up around there. So it'll be a little bit easier to see. So we're basically going to be setting ourselves up like that. Okay. So now that we know which part we're going to be using, what we need to do is find our accent piece that matches. And that was not going to match, so this is the one that's going to match. Right? Got the right cutouts and stuff. This is what we're going to attach. We attach it using 3 of our M3x6 screws. And we're going to screw this into plastic. So just be aware of that. And don't really crank these down like you're swinging for the benches, right? Because it doesn't need to be. This is just an accent piece that we're holding in place. So take those, put them in place, grab your 2mm. Start screwing it a little bit. Not going to tighten it all the way down. I'm just going to try and get all 3 of them started. So how you been, Dan? Well, yeah, and that's why my surgeries are on Wednesday. and I'll have a post-op follow-up the next day. And normally at the post-op follow-up, I'll have like a plastic shield that they put over my eye. And they'll take that off, and then I'll just have to wear it when I sleep for a couple of days. So I should be good on Thursday. It's just whether or not my eyes will deal with the light and stuff. So yes, MakerMind Nexus does stream. Are you doing Twitch streams now, Dan? Or are you primarily just sticking with YouTube with the relaunch? Okay, so we got that done. Now it says thread the lead screw onto the nut on the left Z-stepper shaft. You do not need the spring assembly. So we're not going to use the actual, well, these are, whatchamacallit, anti-backlash nuts. So it says we don't need the spring assembly, we just need this piece. And it's going to get mounted, I believe, in this orientation versus the other way. Just for giggles. I just want to see if the spring will fit on there, so if we decide to do it later on, we can add them if we need to. I don't think we'll have a need to. Yeah, the springs will go on there, so we could possibly put these on there later if we feel we need to, which we shouldn't. Twitch streams and YouTube content. There you go. Yeah, Monlight, if you could, let's give a shout out for DB3D Dan. So we're going to take this and thread it down on there. Once again, we're going to, it doesn't say which way to do it. I'm going to do it with the taller side facing up. So basically the taller side, well, it's going to sit down in there like that with the shorter side out at the bottom and the longer side at the top. Hey, Kit Skyfire, how are you doing? Just like this, we're just going to turn around a little bit. We're going to attach the printed part to the carriage using M4 or 4 M2x6 button head cap screws. We're just going to scoot this down beneath this. We'll set this on here. And then we'll grab our M2x6 screws. And once again, we're going to be going through a plastic part and then into the linear rail carriage. So because we're going through a plastic part, I do not want to put any Loctite on this because I don't know if it will react with the ABS and cause us any problems. And we do not want any problems. So we're going to hold this up here, get our screw in there, try and find it where it lines up, and we'll get one started. I'm not going to tighten any of them down yet. I'm just going to get them all 4 started, and then I can come back and tighten them down if I need to. Well, I will come back and tighten them down. How are you doing today, Skyfire? Yeah, we definitely got to shout out MakerMind Nexus. With the rebrand, he's trying to, well, it's a brand new channel, right? You didn't rebrand the old one? Or did you? Can't remember how you did it, but we're trying to definitely make sure that his channels are getting visible again. Yep, Dan's here. And once again, these are M2 screws, so they are very, very tiny. Be careful. Do not try and torque these for days because you will strip the heads. And if you continue to try to, you could even shear off the head because, well, I've done that before too. I've sheared off a head. And mind you, we had this nice and level, and it is level. The reason it's rocking is because when I put it like this, there is a bit of a dip in my bench, but we are level. Did check that. Now it says to attach frame part to the lead screw nut using the two M3 by 12s. And this is where we're just going to need to rotate this up a couple turns. Bring it down, make sure we get it lined up. Around so I can choose what I'm doing. There we go. And we will be going into a palm nut because that's what that is a palm nut that has threads in it. So once again, we're not going to put any Loctite on here because we're going basically metal screw into plastic. And we don't want to, I'll say, swing for the fences on this one either. We just need it snug. We get it too tight, we could strip the palm and then we'll have some problems. The other thing is we're going to put the M2 or the M3 lock screws on here to lock this in place. Well, so it's slightly snug but not tight. Should be enough looseness for the nut to slide slightly in the printed carriage part. So once again, we don't want it tightened down. We do want a little bit of movement, and that will take care of kind of being like like an Oldham coupler. Get those down there, and then we're going to take our lock nuts and put them on. Make it a little bit easier. And we're going to need our uh, itty bitty needle nose pliers to hold that nut in place, cinch it up in there. And once again, since we are using a threaded palm nut, what you just saw me do is undo the screws so I can get the nut up there. Otherwise, when the nut when the head of the bolt bottoms out, then it will just start stripping the threads in the palm nut. You have to be careful of that. One side. If you don't feel like you have a little bit of movement, just loosen it about a quarter turn on each side, and that should give you enough wiggle room. Once again, we're not looking for a lot of play. We're just looking for very, very little play so that the palm nut is free floating ever so slightly, because that's going to give our screw the best chance of not binding. And there we go. So let me bring you guys in for a little bit of a close-up. So we've got our 4 screws in, got our 2 screws in on our palm nut, and then we'll have our, really unfocused, but our 2 screws or our 2 lock nuts that are holding that in place. As you can see, this is going to move nice and slowly, and there's a little bit of play in the screw, and there's just ever so slightly a little bit of play right here. You can, and if we feel like we've got too much play there, we can always tighten those up. So all right. Hey, yeah, DWTCBF 2. Potter's Danger Den, welcome on in. I did not see that Blizzard released a bunch of STLs, but my son talked my ear off tonight about the updates to the Blizzard game, with World of Warcraft coming out with some new content. All right, so we did the left, now we're going to do the right. So we're going to do the same thing that we just did over here. And we're just going to mount our thing up here, make sure that we have the same number of holes available, because I'm going to use this as the initial alignment, just using the bump stops for the initial alignment there. So we're going to need our other piece. That lines up just like that. 3 of our M3x6 screws. Chair Force BF. Hey, I embrace the Chair Force. I embrace it. Once again, these are threading directly into plastic, so no need to yank and crank on these. We're just trying to, all we're doing is holding this ring in place, which is just well, I'll say it's not just an accent piece, but what we'll have here is the bottom does kind of hold captive and align the um, the lead screw nut, as well as we'll align an M5 nut that we will use later, because on this part right here is where we're going to hold our spherical bearings that'll hold our bed plate in place. So once again, we have this here. We've got this done. We're going to attach the lead screw nut. And once again, they gave us palm style anti-backlash nuts, and then tell us not to use the anti-backlash part, but so be it. Once again, though, we are putting the anti-backlash side, the notched side is facing up. And that way, if we decide we ever want to use the anti-backlash feature, well, we can without having to take the whole bed off. This will go down right over the top of our lead screw, and we're going to use our lead screw nut here just to kind of hold it in place while we go to do our mount it to our carriage. Once again, we're going to come in with our 4 M2x6 button head cap screws. Which are so tiny. So where's K2 lurking at? I haven't seen him in a little while. Thank you for the pinned post to go check out MakerMind Nexus on Light. You know, why is it not lining up? Those just a little swore from the hole or something. Okay, now that I have all 4 in, I'm going to start tightening them up in a crossing pattern. Making sure that we are not stripping the screw head or shearing the screw head off. That turns into a bad day. that part done? They made what free, Aussie? Oh, the Blizzard released a bunch of the STLs for the games. Yeah, my son was also telling me an interesting tidbit. I don't know the veracity of this because I just was told it by my son, but he said that Microsoft bought Blizzard Activision. And so if Microsoft did truly buy Blizzard Activision, that means they now own um, most of the titles on all the major games, which I don't know how they managed to pull that off with the um, not the piracy laws, but the anti-monopoly laws that we have here in the U.S. But that definitely would be interesting if that is truly the case. So I'm just getting these started until I feel this a few of the threads coming through the palm nut, because once again I'm going to have to get the um, lock nuts started on them. Yeah, Ozzy. I'm going to lay it down because it'll be a little bit easier for me to work on and get to these lock nuts. So, Dan, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this build project or the salad fork, but it's basically a miniature trident for all intents and purposes. Trident built using 1515 rails. It is not a modification of a V0. So you cannot take a V0 and make it into a salad fork without going through and doing a bunch of additional work. Um, and probably having to also get some um, extra extrusions and stuff like that. Where things like I believe it's the Tri Zero and was it Crucible are other versions of this, and I believe both of those are actual V0 mods, where you take a V0 and as a starting point, and mod it up to a new printer. Too snug, not off slightly. A little bit of twisty movement. So we've got the front two done. Oh, I got you there, Maker Mind Nexus. So I've got this one. DFH did a sale, and you want your skin to really crawl. Windows on a government laptop. Yep, yep. Um, so DFH had a sale, and it was 450. It was the white frame, but it came with the steel backers, all the rails, basically everything but um, the rear and deck panels. So it has the acrylic for the outer shell, just not the, or no, I'm sorry, no panels at all. So no panels and pretty much no electronics, right? So you'd have to get, and I was starting to do an octopus board for it, and then I started really thinking I'm not going to have the room. When I was talking with Aaron on the last stream on Tuesday, so I went ahead and purchased a Manta M5P because I need the 3Z motors, the AB motor. So I only need 5 motors on the main board because I'm going to run CAN bus. The M5P has CAN on board, so we'll be able to run the CAN right off the M5P. It's also the Manta version, or the Manta system, which means it'll take a CB1. So I ordered a CB1 with MMC. So it'll have 32 gig of eMMC memory on it. So therefore, I don't need a 5-volt power supply or anything like that. And we're going to run CAN bus with an EBB36 at the toolhead. So we did the left, we did the right. Now we're going to do the rear. So I'll just leave it right there for now. So we're going to rinse and repeat with our rear piece. And the only real difference is we're going to need 4 of the M3x6 button head screws to attach this piece to the main piece. So we'll need 4 of these instead of 3. Yeah, the Manta's nice. I've run the M4P on one of my ender wires, and I've got M8Ps in both of my Mercury builds. So the one is, and all of those are running, well, the ender wires aren't running CAN bus, but the 0Gs are running CAN bus using a UTC module, because my first build, which is the Ender 5 Plus size, I had the M8P version 1, which didn't support CAN bus, and they brought the CAN bus edition out in the version 1.1 board, which I do have in my enclosed Merc Pro that you saw at Murph. But the problem with, and I still went UTC on that one just to keep the configs the same. So when I redid that one, I basically grabbed the config off the larger one, put it on the smaller one, and just changed the sizes because all the wiring and connections were the same. Made life a little bit easier. Okay, so that's what that part looks like with the 4 screws on it. We got that done. Now we're going to take and we're going to mount this in the back here. And what I'm going to do is try and move this up and that there, come down, not enough, down, that one. Got 3 holes here and 3 holes on each side, so we're basically parity lined up. And we need to get our lead screw nut. Once again, we're going to leave the notches up at the top in case we decide we want to go with anti-backlash nuts on these. Slide this down on there. And we're going to have a tight quarters here, but we need 4 of our M2x6 screws. Yeah, I really like the mana boards. 5/5s are released. Now, whether they have any is a different story because I'm sure they got snatched up real fast out of the first batch. Yes, Stealth Burner will work on any of the, I'll say the larger Vorons. So a 2.4, a Trident, an Ender Wire, or a Switch Wire. It won't work on the smaller Vorons, which you would have to go with the mini Stealth Burner. And this build is going to get the Fadus XG hot end, not the new one that they just came out with. That's the alignment. Yeah, the DFH sale was great. Like I said, you just needed panels and electronics. And like I said, that was easy enough for me to get and come across. The I also will be getting a black box at some point. The issue with the black box right now is they were transferring the project from, I believe his name was Mark with layer XYZ, over to KB3D, all the CAD files, and in Fusion, and Autodesk forked the transfer. So they're trying to get that squared away because Chris doesn't want to do a release on the kit or send me the kit just yet because the parts have changed slightly. And we're going to need the CAD drawings and stuff to export all the parts. And then probably would help out on the build to have the latest version of the CAD files as well. So we will be building one of those. On Saturdays, we're going to be building the Voron 2.4 for Chewy. And dang it. I'm going to take this back off. and you'll see why in a minute. Yeah, so this we're going to do the normal, like whatever the stealth burner is for this. I do have an LGX Lite. I do have, not the new one. I have already told KB3D Chris, who, as you can see in the bottom left corner, is a sponsor of my channel now. I already told him I want dibs on a Rhoda and the Obsidian high flows. And I'll probably get dibs right after Chris, because Chris will need his to evaluate. So the reason I just popped this off is we need to add heat set inserts. This is where our cable chain is going to mount. So we need heat set inserts. So look like it lets you send a message because you just did. I'm going to set this down off the table for just a second. Get that carriage piece out of the way. We're going to bring up our stealth press. We built this Saturday while we were prepping for the stream. And I believe, so I printed off both the 2 and the 3 version. 3 is if you're using genuine IGUS, and I don't think I have IGUS. I think I've got the regular one. I've got to double check real fast in my stash of parts. And if not, it's probably going to be an IGUS chain that I get. Or, I'm sorry, not an IGUS chain, a generic small version. And I'm gonna have to look. I know I've got the smaller drag chain somewhere, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do the two pressed ones here real fast. Yeah, Twitch has been doing some updates lately. We'll grab 4 of those. Uh-oh, what just happened? Chili just subscribed for a total of 8 months in a row. Whoop, whoop. Almost got a baby. One more, we'll have a baby. Okay. Oh, like, what am I looking for? I need my power supply. I really need this to be longer. So for those of you that don't know, Chris has worked with Iconic Fab and is now providing kits for the stealth press, which is the heat set press that you see me getting ready to use right now. The he's also got the CNC kitchen heat press inserts and a TS 100 101 iron that he's going to start stocking here real soon. Let that heat up. Then we'll simply press these in place. Now, one of the things that, one of the things that the maker, and I'm trying to remember her name, his or her name, of the stealth press was saying is, you can use the 8-ounce keyback if you're using it just for heat set presses, if you got a light iron like this. If, however, you want to be able to do not just heat set presses, but some other things that are coming down the pipe. You would want the heavier 13-ounce version, which is what I have here. And what's coming down the pipe is a Dremel attachment. So you'll be able to use your Dremel or your Dremel Flex tool with your stealth press. And just a shade off. Oh, this one might be a little fun because it's not a good right angle to use. But we'll make it work. It does make a nice press fit. And it keeps me from burning myself normally. And I printed these files, and the day I was doing my build, the designer actually updated the files with feedback from a couple of people to include when Chris did his from his kit on Friday. So Chris did his on Friday, I did mine on Saturday, and Saturday morning they provided updated files. So I was like, oh, okay, no big deal. And once again, the nice thing with these irons is all I have to do is unplug them and they'll start cooling off. So I'm going to set this over on the side. Get it back off my table here. Set over there in a position where I will not have the desire to burn the crap out of myself. I tend to do that sometimes. All right, and we got a printer. We're going to go right back to where we were, which is getting this back in place. Trying to get 4 tiny screws back. Okay, well, I mean, if you got the skill, I can't remember which files you were talking about needing to modify. If you've got the skill, I know I am very, we'll say, new to CAD software. I've started doing things with a free Onshape account, following some of Teaching Text videos. Apparently, my girlfriend over there thought I was talking to her. My girlfriend being the Amazon listening device. Yes, and there are, I think it's the same one. If not, I know there's an attachment for the stealth press for the TS 100 101s and the Pine Soles, and you can use it for a standard Weller style as well. There's a generic one that you can use for the Weller style. So it's pretty good so far. And it uses that 300 millimeter MGN 12 as, I'll say, the rigid component for the vertical, right? So that's where it gets its rigidity from. Um, Now there is a CNC kitchen tool, I believe, for the Weller style. They recently came out with the one that works with the TS100 101s, which is awesome because I know I'm not the only one that's got one of those. So up, turn this around, folks. Okay, now we're going to put in our two M3 by 12s, get those started. Um, well, like I said, I'm starting off with Onshape, and I've also got a subscription to um, SolidWorks through it's the Maker version through the Experimental Aircraft Association. So I've got some options, and I've used Fusion 360 some as well. Um, it's just I was trying to follow some tutorials, and really I was trying to modify the mount for the Ender XY or the Ender Core XY, and that was kind of the easiest thing to do to start with. So we get our M3 lock nuts on here. We're going to just start tightening this down a little bit. I'm going to get my trying to find the head of the socket head cap screw. Turn it. Can you tell I'm not left-handed? Inside in, I'm probably going to have to switch this over to get. So yeah, we've got this build going, which is going to go Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we'll start the 2.4 build with Chewy on Saturday. We may have to work around a deck panel as well on that build, as I haven't gotten a tracking number from Chewy. So my assumption is that the um, it has not been mailed to me yet. Stay in there. Okay. Now it talks about putting in those heat set inserts into the Z carriage rear, and then the rear parts, Z carriage rear, one Z carriage. Oh, we're putting in that. Okay. We'll use this part later. I just wanted to get it the things put onto it. We're going to need our bed mounts next. Gotcha. So it's a non-destructive style CAD that's also a parametric CAD model or design tool. Get those over there. Oh, good. Um, Now what we're going to work on is the bed mount prep. We're going to need our spherical bearings. Spherical bearings. Not sure they were in here. They are not. That would probably be in the motion pack then. Yep, there they are. I'm feeling we're going to start doing more and more things out of the motion pack. Here's our spherical bearings. And these are the, I'll say the hybrid ceramic ones too. So we're going to insert these into the left part, right part, and the back part, one after another, because that's the way, it works. We're going to be using the M3 by 6 to do that. Need a couple of extrusions, but we should be able to just get started here with this. So the part that looks like this, based on our image, we're going to take the spherical bearing, press it down in there. There is a little bit of a lip on the inside of that part. We're just going to push this bearing down into the printed part on the sides, on the outer edge there. Make sure it's nice and flush, and then your inner piece can still move around. Because that will be important. We're going to take 3 of our M3 by 6 screws and insert the nut, secure it with, yeah, there we go, 3 of the M3 by 6 screws. And once again, we're self-tapping these into the plastic. So we're not trying to really crank down on this. We're just trying to get them to basically the lip of the screw head is what's going to hold the spherical bearing in and keep it from popping out. So we're just bringing these snug. So, who's Liz? Did you figure out your electrical issue that was requiring you to use your um, multimeter? And the fact that your multimeter was broken. So did you troubleshoot your broken multimeter with another multimeter? Keep for the other two pieces. Okay, so there's one. We're just going to do that for the other two pieces here. You may need a date with some help soon. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so Miss Liz got invited to speak at the Women in 3D Printing. That's kind of a cool big thing. Definitely pretty cool thing. We were talking before about the projects. So we've got the salad fork, we've got Chewy's build, we've got a black box coming, and we got something else that I got notification. I think it may have finally left Fabrico's hands. I'm not sure. I'll have to double check tonight. But we have a Annex Engineering K3 kit coming. So I already have a lot of the boards. I will need to get a couple more boards probably for it. I've got the carabiner for the trad rack. I've got the constellation boards for the main drive. What I will need though is like the tool head board, and I think there's a breakout baseboard for it as well. So, hey, Aaron, how's it going? That's pretty cool. If you're allowed to have allies and can share, let us know. And some of us, I'm sure, would love to come and support you in that. So, Aaron will be working on a Pandora's box build, and I believe is streaming it on Twitch, or that's the plan. He's been waiting on a microphone to come in. Then he's going to be able to start that build. He's been chomping at the bit. Okay, so we've got all three of our bed mounts done. We're just going to set those aside. And I'm going to put a couple of these away. We're going to need a couple of our extrusions. We're going to need an A and the F. So the A, of course, should have been the first one. So it'd be the smallest one that we had. And then the F is the large one that's going to have a hole in it. Yes. And so we're going to use these to build our frame. So we're going to preload 3 nuts into the top of extrusion A. So extrusion A, we're going to need 3 of our M3 hex nuts in the top of this one, and then 6 in the top of extrusion F. There's our 3 for that one. And we'll need 6 in here. Now, once again, we're going to come through this piece into this piece. So the top would be one of these edges with no hole in it. So 6 in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have the following: 3 preloaded on the A and 6 on the top of F. Bed frame mounting. Parts from the previous step. You're going to need 3 M5 nuts. Okay. 3 M5 by 16 button head cap screws. So let me find those. 2 lock nuts, washers, 5 hex nuts. 3 of these. You got it fixed just in time to alert. Okay, Chewy. Hey, Chewy, before you head out, did you get anything shipped yet? And if so, can you send a tracking number? M5 by 16 button head cap screws. I need 3 of these. We're going to need M3 by 10s. Now we're going to grab our M3 by 6s. Way. Sounds like that's Chewy's way of avoiding. Oops, here we go. All righty. We're going to attach the bed mount parts to the extrusion using M3 by 10 button head cap screw. Only the outermost 2 each extrusion. You need the extras for the bed mounts later. Yep. So we're going to bring 2 of these down to this end. We'll have 2 at this end. Leave 2 in the middle. And then we'll say 2 roughly down at that end. Whoops. So left, right. So these mount, spherical bearing is to the front and the little kind of jut out. So the straight edge is on the inside, the jut outs towards the outside of the printer. So knowing that, we're going to line up our screw holes. Get a couple of these started. Now I want these started, but I don't want them fully tightened down just yet. It'll help it a little bit. You didn't, you've worked 6 days in a row, but tomorrow's your last day. I promise you we'll ship it on Saturday, come hell or high water. Okay. Going to be a decent check next week. Going to need to cover everything. Yep. Gummy bears and whiskey for dinner count as a diet, right? It could be. It's one kind of diet. I don't know if it's a sustainable diet, but sure. And once again, I don't want to tighten these all the way down just yet because I want to be able to move them slightly. Now we should be left with a piece like that and a piece like this with the two nuts still in the middle, available for mounting the bed. Um, they actually haven't said, or at least I haven't seen where it said that we needed to physically attach these. Right? Yep, pretty sure it hasn't told me to do that yet, but we're going to do that. So I'm going to need an M3. I believe we were using 8s for all of these. I'll grab an M3 by 8, bit of our Loctite. Just need a little dab. We don't need a lot. Want to make sure that through vibrations this doesn't come apart. Put a little bit of Loctite in there. Slide this into that channel. Get it lined up. And I'm going to need my 1, 2, 3 block. Make sure that we get our 90-degree angle. And before I fully ugga-dugga it down, I'm just going to scooch it up to make sure it's nice and snug. Square on both sides. Now I want to measure to make sure I'm centered. You do it with calipers, but I'm going to do it with my Voron ruler. 127. And basically 128. Right, that's pretty darn close to being even on both sides. Get a nuggeta. Okay, so we've got this down. Now what we're going to do is I've got these pretty much lined up right with the edge, which should be rock solid for what we need. We're going to take our M5 by 16s. We're going to put them right down in our ABEC washers. And I'm just going to do the front two for right now. Move this in, and I want these to drop into the holes. And make sure that we are even Steven on our spacing. Same thing in the back. We're going to drop it into the hole, and it should line up all the way through, just like that. So now we've got, on the printed piece, we've got a spherical bearing that goes through, and it's riding on that plastic. You guys remember we had that plastic kind of uprated piece there? And then this M16 goes all the way through. And remember, there's a slot in the bottom for our M5 nuts. So we're going to take the M5 nuts and just push them in there. Grab our 3mm wrench, X key, and that nut's going to be captive. And I'm not cranking it all the way down. I'm just snugging this up and making sure that it's biting all the way. I don't want to bind that ABEC bearing. Yes, the heated bed's going to mount to this. So what we're doing now, these spherical bearing pieces are what allows the kinematic mount to work, right? So we've got those there. Let me go ahead and tighten up the M2 screws. To lock these in. And I'll show you what I mean. So now, bring you guys for a field trip. We've got our bed mounts in place, right? We've got our M5 by 16 screws that are going all the way down through the two printed parts through that spherical bearing. What that's going to allow me to do is I can raise or lower one side and make it go cattywampus, and it's not binding. Like right about there, I'm finally starting to get some good tension on this lead screw. Look how cattywampus we are. Okay, that's what the ABEC bearings gives us, is the ability to get our bed all cattywampus and not have a binding issue on our lead screw. All I'm doing now is just bringing them right down to the stoppers. So once again, we're getting them all kind of initially level. And when we do our Z-tilt adjust, once we get our configuration going, that's what it'll allow the 3 points, which are dictated by the lead screws. We will be able to move this bed around and get it perfectly trammed to our tool head. Yeah, I feel you there, Chewy. Yeah, it does feel like it keeps dumping. So now we're going to install that Z motor piece, not the Z motor piece, the lower Z drag chain mount. And we should have 2 N3 screws still over here. That's what we're going to use. So we've got 2 N3 screws on this side. I believe there should be one on this side. I might have to shake the plate around some to get it out, but Ebenstead, thank you for the follow and welcome on into the Dragon's Den. Um, we are in the process of building a salad fork printer, which is basically a boron trident that has been shrunken down to using 1515 linear rails like a boron V0. This is not a V0 mod. For that, you would need I believe it's the Tri-Zero or the Crucible are the mods for the V0. This is a scratch build, so these are different size extrusions, and this is a 160 build volume for this model. They make this in a 120 and a 160. So this is the larger of basically the printer for ants builds. So we already put our 2 heat set inserts in this piece, and we're going to need some M3x6 to mount this. Grab a couple of those. And I'm going to line this up. It does show you to attach the Z-chain mount to the extrusion, and note the 2-hole chain has the inserts on the opposite side. So the 3-hole, yeah, on the 3-hole, it's almost like this bottom piece is mirrored. So your upright is on the left side, and on the 2-hole, it's on the right side. And we will have to adjust. And we're going to have to adjust. Here, here we go. So on the 3-hole version, which would be the IGUS version, your upright's going to be on the left side of this part. On the 2-hole version, which is what we're using, which is generic cable chain that you would most likely get off Amazon or AliExpress. Hey Pete, welcome on in. It's on the right hand side, and you'll see in the picture down here, you're lining it up. There's going to be a cutout in the in the deck panel. So we'll have a cutout here for stuff coming into the cable chain, which will be stuff most likely from your A and B motor, and possibly some end stops. But there's also a slit right here in this rear Z part. And that's because we're going to put some cable pieces here, or some cable tie pieces here, and we're going to run the umbilical from our tool head, because we're going to run CAN bus. We're going to run right down along this side and down here. So your A and B, I'll have to double check. I think our A and B actually may come down to the umbilical and go down, or may go down the cable chain. I'll have to double check when we get to the wiring piece. But anyhow, just note that we're going to put this in place, but we'll have to move it later on once we get the deck panel in on Monday. So you making progress on the build. So that's now on there. And that is the last bit of the Z motor. So now we've got our Z plate in, we've got our three T-nuts. So we'll have two here in the front and one in the back that will be used to mount the bed to. We will hold off and mount the bed a little bit later. I normally try and get the gantry done and get the tool head on, then come in and mount the bed, just because it adds so much weight to the printer. Now, this being a 160, it probably isn't going to weigh that much, so we may still go ahead and put the bed on when it tells us. Just just to follow the guide a little bit. So now we're just going to come up here. We're going to hit the back arrow, go back to our document, our main document page. So we've done the print considerations, the frame assembly last stream. We just did the Z motion. Now we're going to get into our XY motion. And this is a little bit different. We're actually going to build the AB motors in place, which is weird, because normally you would build your AB motor mounts, mount them, then do the other parts on a standard Trident. But now we're going to actually build them in place. And I need to double check, because I believe I need to have, remind me, we need to have nuts on each side of this. It doesn't tell me. It may have told me already, and that may have been where I found one of the nuts on the floor earlier before stream. So attach the lower drive mounts and rear extrusion. So we're going to need our M3 by 10s, the B extrusion, and 16 M3 nuts. So we put this out of the way. We're going to need some of our M3 by 10s. We're going to need 8 of these. Eight. Hey, Shaudel, how's it going? Then she's back, and we're going to need our M3 nuts. I'm just going to lay those out here. And some printed parts. Pieces without the countersunk screw holes or parts. Okay. You're going to attach the A and B frame to the lower left and right corner of the frame using a couple of screws. So I need my A and B mounts. Now, I have been going through because we've got the pen mod for this build. So we can do the pen mod or we can do the standard. I'm going to go ahead and do the pen mod. And I think that's going to be, I mean, we've got it. Why not do it? Why not do it now rather than later? We just printed out our nice little cap parts for our front idlers mods. So getting into those later. So we've got our 4 motor parts here. What we got to do is figure out which ones are our bottoms and which ones are our tops. It's going to be a top. That's the bottom. That's the bottom. These 2 are the tops. Now, it shows you, you've got your ghost things where you put it up underneath and then you line things up. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to flip the printer over, which is going to give us access to these nuts so that we can move them around. So we're not trying to like reach down underneath with our head. And that means that we got to take our motor mounts and turn them to the different sides. Get that close, pop that down in there, use our tweezers, get it down the hole and just let them open up on their own, and that should center the M3 nuts on the underside. Right, so now we're going to take 2 of our M3 by 10s. We're going to get these installed. Hey, Einsvi Wi-Fi, how are you doing? So yes, there's a lot of printed parts on these. This is in essence a Voron printer. It's basically a Voron printer, but it is a mod. Right, let me rephrase that. This is a scratch built modified Voron basically. So what that means is this is not a V0 mod. This is a from scratch build that basically creates a boron trident, but using 1515 rails. So the same railing or extrusion type that's used on a V0 is used to build this printer. So it's referred to as basically a salad fork because the trident is a big 3-pronged fork and this is a smaller rendition. So they're referring to this as a salad fork. Okay, so those are pretty sturdy in there. Now I'm going to take this and flip it back over so that we can basically get the view that we're seeing on our stream here. So got our B and A motors. Like I said, this is going to wobble just because my table has a little bit of a cup in it. 1 second. Okay. Sorry, that was a family member. Just making sure that it wasn't something drop and figure out. So we're going to preload 6 M3 nuts into the top and 6 M3 nuts into the bottom of extrusion B. So extrusion B is the smaller of the two remaining um, extrusions that we have, because this is going to sit between these two motor mounts where this becomes our gantry for our x-axis. So on this one, we're going to try and pick out and see if there's any frame that looks bad, or any side of the frame. And if there is a side that looks bad, well, we might want that to face the back, because there's going to be a black panel here in the back. And so this one has kind of a mar there, so I want this one to be at the back. And then this one has a few little blemishes. So I want this to the back, and I want this side down. So I'm going to mount it just like this. And the reason I'm looking is these are powder coated extrusions. So these are powder coated white by, I believe, DLL PDF, where they get these from, the Deep Fried Hero Kit. Okay, so we're going to preload 6 M3 nuts onto the top of the rail, and 6 on the bottom. Okay? 6 of these on the top, 6 of these on the bottom. And not sure how familiar you are, but these extrusions, basically, they're like a plus sign. So you'll have the ability to slide a hex nut in kind of sideways, where the flats are on either side and the points are towards the front and back of the extrusion. It's just going to slide right in there. So we need 6 at the top. Six at the bottom, 6 at the top, 6 at the bottom. And this is why you've got to be somewhat careful when you're doing this, and make sure that you get all your counts right before you start locking things in, because there isn't a way of adding nuts after the fact without tearing apart things. Or at least not on these extrusions, because these are maker beam extrusions. If you had like a LDO motors or a Masumi extrusion, you would be able to use their drop-in square nuts. But we don't have that because of the way so bottom, we're going to back up right to the top. We're going to preload 2 M3 nuts into the front. We need 2 in the front here. And preload 1 nut into the left and 1 into the side of extrusion C. This is where it's telling me to do 1 into each side of this upright here. So we're going to drop 1 in this side. and one in this side. Center extrusion B on the mount and attach it with two N3x10 button head cap screws. This is where the fun begins. So we're going to set this in place right here, and we need to attach the screws from the bottom, is what it's asking me to do. Which there's no easy way to do that because I can't line things up. So I'm going to take this, set it down. I'm going to take this and let's set it on its face like this. Now we just need to do some mental gymnastics. So we've got 6 at the top, 6 at the bottom, 2 in the front. Just added the ones here. There's none along the back. So we want to make sure that we get this oriented right and that we move a couple of our nuts over to the right side. So two over here, two that come this way. These other two, one needs to be on each side of this rail. And I'll show you why in a second, but let me just get these lined up and get these installed. And then we'll chat a little bit about why we have these extra nuts floating around. Nothing about that came out. I'm going to snug them up and then I'm going to loosen them back up just a tad bit because I want to make sure that I have the ability to move this side to side because I really do want to kind of align it left to right between these parts. So so we've got these in here, but this printed or this side is right up against this printed part. This side, there's a little bit of a gap. That's where I say I want to make sure that this gets centered nicely. I mean, I'm not going to break out the micrometer here, but I'm just going to eyeball it and make sure it's centered. And then I'm going to tighten these up to lock it in place. Now there are, on the printed parts here, there are little guidance nubs that extrusion will align with. So that will help keep that extrusion aligned. And then you're going to notice that these two extrusions don't align. And you do not want to push this in and make it align because then this will be leaning forward. You've got a special piece that gets mounted on each side, and that's why we have one more nut at the bottom of this rail and why we loaded the two nuts in this rail. So we'll be able to mount these special parts here. Center the extrusion, be on top of these, which we worked on. We've tried to make that gap the same. Oh, we're in an ad break. So give me a second while we wait for the ads to finish. Okay, and everyone's back. And yes, Einspy Wi-Fi. Um, you get a lot of people that talk about how 3D printed drone frames are not good because they're still going to have some type of flex and um, weight wise, right? To try and get them stiff and get the flex out, you gain a lot of weight. But it all depends on, as Monlight was saying, on what materials you use and the print orientation and stuff and how you print them, right? Now, you're never going to get a 3D printed part at the same weight and the same strength as, say, a CNC routed cut um, uh, carbon fiber piece, right? You're just not going to do it because this carbon fiber piece is woven fabric. It's got a tight weave to it. Even if you use like a carbon fiber PLA or something like that, the carbon fiber has to be chopped into very fine strands to be able to extrude with the plastic. So it doesn't give it as much strength as a straight carbon fiber, like a 3 mil piece of carbon fiber would be, right? So there's trade-offs. Now, what it tells us to do is it says that this bar needs to be on the same plane as this whole back panel is. So what we're going to do is we're just going to, was it this plane? Hold on one second. Make sure extrusion B is parallel with the corner extrusion. Oh, my bad. Yeah, parallel. So we want to make sure that this is parallel, that it's not at an angle, that it's nice and straight. And you guys can tell me if that looks like it is about even all the way across. Because I'm thinking that's pretty darn close to even all the way across. Gap. I think we're good there. What's up next? Now you can gently tighten the screws on the rear Z carriage to hold extrusion B proper orientation. I think I already did. You should have the following preloaded into extrusion B, top 6. We should have 6 at the top. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 at the top. Um, Two at the front. Should have 2 more at the bottom with ones down here on the sides. Yeah. It does call out that the rear upright and this rear cross member are offset. That is the way. They want us to prepare the B stepper driver. Now we're going to get into installing our stepper motors. Yeah, this is a little weird that we start building these kind of in place, but yeah, so be it. So we're going to need our pulleys. So we've got our pulleys, and let me, oh, got our pulleys, and we've got our uh, set screws, those things. Put our belt to the side for a moment, grab our A and B motors. Long Boy NEMA 14 motors. Um, so yeah, we've got those two. We've got our pulleys. Hey, Oscillating Decay, how are you doing? So, I will answer your question, which was, is this a kit or self-sourced? Yes. Okay. So the main bulk of the kit that you're seeing here today is a kit or a, let me rephrase that. It's a series of kits. So not too long ago, DFH Deep Fried Hero had a sale going on for these printers with the white frames, and it included the frame, the linear rails, the backer plates, the motors, the motion kit, the fastener kit, the beg kit, the den rails, and the, I'll say the nut, the metal, these things, the metal backers for the linear rails, so you don't have to use the printed nut traps. So all that was $450. And then what I'm having to source is the electronics. So the controller board, the host board, the um, power supply, the, I think I gotta come up with the fans and the panels. So I've got a UHP 350 for this. I originally bought a Big Tree Tech Octopus board, and then I was thinking about that. You know, an Octopus board is pretty big, right? So if we take the, oh, what do I got? What do I got? Okay, there we go. Let's do a little bit of visualization here. Um, we've got motors underneath, right? So we got our motors, and we're going to have a power supply, goes almost the full length, and a controller board. Now in this setup, I'm still going to need a Raspberry Pi, some sort, and a some type of power conversion for a Raspberry Pi. I could probably find enough pins on this board to make it happen, but yeah, this would be the setup, right? So what I'm going to do is not use this. I ordered a Manta M5P. Say an M5P that's only 5 drivers. Correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the A and B motors. I'm going to run it CAN bus, and the M5P can take CAN bus natively. The M5P also has a CB1 module as part of the board, and it's going to be overall smaller in length than the Octopus board. So I will have one board here in the middle on the other DIN rail, and it's going to take the 24-volt input into the board. I'm good. I don't need to add any other Wagos or anything like that, because this is the AC in and this is the DC out. So I've got two DC capabilities. I'll need two inputs on the M5P, one for the motors, one for the board itself. And the board itself does the step down. It has a step down for running the CB1 module or the CM4. In my case, I've purchased the CB1 version 2.2 with 32 gig of eMMC memory. That's basically like an onboard fast lane disk drive or SSD. So it should have all the info that it needs. And that way we get to deal with all of this lack of space a lot easier. And the M5P has CAN bus built into the board, so we'll be able to come right off the M5P with the CAN bus, full power, and drive the EBB 36 that is going to be mounted at the top, or excuse me, on the tool head. That's kind of a little overview of the electronics. We're also, I do have a V0 display that I'm going to put on this, a tap probe kit, which I'm going to use to do a boop. So I'm not going to do a Z-axis, or excuse me, like a sex bolt or a clicky probe. Both of those will get deleted, and we'll just use the tap that'll run into the CAN bus toolhead board. And I've got disco sticks that are either going to go on this build or in the V01 when I upgrade it to a V02. Yeah, DFH is pretty good. And I happened to just get a notification through the shop app that they had that sale on, so I jumped on it. So yeah, we've also got a couple of other really cool builds that are going to be happening on the channel in the form of a black box build. KD3D is my sponsor. Whoops. Down here in the corner. Right? Down here in the corner. There we go. I can't make my finger move the right way. But KB3D is my sponsor, and he is sending me the basic black box kit. So that should be frame, the bed, the heaters, the motors, the electronics, and I'm going to procure the tool heads because that is a 5 tool head changer. So I'm going to procure my tool heads in whichever mixture I want. So yeah, we've got that. We've got a 2.4 build that we're going to start on Saturday, and black box build will be coming up later in this year, and we won't start that one until after either this one or Chewy's build's done with. Probably this one because it'll be quicker and easier than the Chewy build. What I'm doing is getting my set screws started and making sure that I put Loctite, or using the Loctite stick, blue variety. Now, on our motor, which is going to be the B drive, just pick a motor. Make sure you can see where your flat is. The B drive, the pulley is facing down. So it's going to be in this orientation where the thick solid part is up and the tooth belt section is down. And so when I say the Chewy build, I mean I am going to be building Chewy's 2.4 for him because he has asked me if I can attach the GT2 16 tooth to the stepper drive. Line it is shown with approximately 1.2 millimeters of clearance from the stepper. 1.2 millimeters of clearance. We're going to eyeball that. And what we'll do is we will adjust these based on the belts and the bearing stacks once we get there. Okay. And yes, I do have the drop game. You can do a exclamation point drop. I do not know why it is still showing the cake because I changed it to the autumn. So we'll have to fight that. We'll have to fight that. So we got our motor assembled. Now we're going to need some bearings, washers, yada, 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 because we're going to do our bearing stacks. What I'm going to do first is just get this other set screw scooped and inserted. Definitely want to make sure that your set screws have Loctite on them. If not, you're going to have a bad day. And apparently make sure that you use all 4 set screws because there's 2 in each one of these. I don't know why I only pulled. Too much or not enough coffee? I'm going to go with. When you attach your pulleys, you always do the first set screw against the flat. And then the other set screw goes against the rounded edge. You're using the flat one to make sure that it pushes against the rounded edge of the shaft and will stay centered and not oscillate. Oscillating, you're going to have issues, which is why a lot of extruder motors, especially direct drive extruders, have gone to a spur gear because normally those spur gears will be round and press fitted and you won't have a off center. So if I tighten this up against the rounded edge first and then this, chances are it would be slightly off center. And if you watched it go around, it'd be like an out of balance tire. That's what you're trying to keep. And I'm going to go ahead and just, it's not telling me to do it just yet, but I am going to set this on here and just get it at least attached so I don't lose it. Once again, I'm going to tighten it up against the flat and it's going to go in the opposite direction where the belt teeth are facing up or down. Black pull. Got that done. We're going to set both of these to the side. It's going to tell us to collect a lot of parts with our F623 bearings. Some M3 washers. 3 washers. M3 by 10 button head cap screws. Some M3 by 6. Some M3 by 25s. We'll figure those out as we go. We're going to have a little bit of difference here as we start to do this build out because we've got, we're going to do the pin mod instead of using screws for. So the pin mod doesn't talk about how to build them. So I'd have to go to like the initial. We'll figure it out as we go. May wish to assemble the bearing stacks against the upper printed part first, then put it down. We're actually going to build them on here though, because of the way we're going to build them. Okay, so we're going to start by installing the motor and looking at got an ad break. Hey, KB3D Chris, how's it going? Welcome on in. We were just talking about you. Hopefully your ears were ringing, buzzing. We're going to wing it on our pen mod. So, yeah. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 8 of the smaller ones, 2 of the larger ones. I'm going to go out on a limb. Maybe not. I was going to go out on a limb and say the larger ones were probably for the front idlers, but it's probably the larger ones are the double stacks in the A and the B drives. And all the single stacks will use the smaller pen because this is the captive pen mod. Set these out here on my the baggie inside of a baggie. I'm setting these out here on my handy dandy paper towel because it's not gonna roll anywhere on the paper. Not always. So ads are over. We're going to start working on installing our drive motors. So we start off our drive motors by installing one screw into it, and that's going to be a M3x6 button head cap screw. Thanks for shouting out KB3D Chris. Based on where this location is, I may we're going to do a little bit of rework because these are actually the upper mounts, not the lower mounts. So do these in such a way that we don't drop the only ones that aren't captive are the ones in this crossbeam. If we drop those, we're going to be searching all over the floor to try and find them. We're going to remove one side at a time and put apparently the right ones in because this one has the hole with the lip in it that'll hold the M3x6 screw, where this one just has a straight hole in it, so it's not going to hold anything. So, yep, this is part of the build process. Chris knows this. You build and then you unbuild. Because Chris never had to do that on the black box, did you? Unbuilding is half the fun. Yeah, and you know I'm going to do it, Chris. So, in speaking about the black box, are there Any updates from Autodesk? Not that I'm holding my breath. I know Poity's not either. Good news is this should just line right back up because these are not symmetrical, but they are the same size parts. I have to get these attached. Um, well, that stinks. Well, the problem is it's not just Chris Nick that's waiting, it's me. The frame is very KB3D. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's white and orange, and our accent pieces are the Galaxy Purple. So the orange is, what is the orange? Let me try to put the orange. So the orange is Fusion Filaments Alpha Particle Orange. This is their ABS 1.5, right? I've got their particle orange and one other orange in 1.5 and the 2. And then the purple is the Polymaker Galaxy Purple. So, yeah. Nice one, Pete. Well, we're not sure that he isn't blind already, Nick. Zombie really hanging on with a 5.87. Nice. Yeah, I'm really liking the white. I was a little worried when it was like, well, it's a white frame, and I was like, not sure if I like the white, but yeah, I like the white. It's a good white and black are really good frame choices because you can then go crazy with the rest of the color scheme, right? So, wait, wait, that all right, sounds good, Monlight. That nut moved. I have to first that one now. That one's going to be a joy because the if I go to tilt it, I'm going to lose all the nuts on this. Figure that one out. Gentler kindly. like you. Ooh. All right. Here we go. Yeah, get to feeling better, Mod Light. Not sure what that was about, but hope it resolves quickly. Need a magnet. There's a magnet. And that's not steel. Darn it. Use the pick. Chris, thanks for getting that package out quickly to me. Apparently, it's going to get here Monday because nothing is working tomorrow or Saturday. But it will be here in time for Tuesday. Saturday, we're going to work on GUI's 2.4 build. Okay, so we need to be careful when we set this back up now that we have our motors in right. Our AB motor mounts because we cannot lose these nuts right. Be a pain to put back in. Okay, now we're back to ground one or ground zero again. So we're working on this motor, which was the pulley down at the lower end, and we're going to mount it here, and we're going to want our wires coming towards the center. We're going to mount it like this. Our M3x6. And that's in there pretty snug. Next up, using, oh, now put the frame in. Then it's going to want us to put the, so what it's telling us to do now would be put your frame in, put your other 3 nuts in here, and then go through and do your bearing stacks. Well, these are going to be captive bearing stacks. So meaning we can't push them in from the top. They're held in place little troughs. So we're going to build our bearing stacks in place. One second here, folks. All right. Every time these things start moving, it scares the bejesus out of me. So the thing I have an issue with is the 2 nuts that are right here are actually pushing up this extrusion and making it cattywampus. I'm going to have to loosen these. So I can then get some slack on the center nuts. In fact, I think I'm just going to take this off. Twisted and wedged now. I was like, where'd that one come from? Extrusion. Okay. Which fun. Build and rebuild. But we've got, we built it once, so we should be able to build it a second time, right? Get these snug. We're going to make sure that we are somewhat centered side to side. Like I said before, we're just going to eyeball it. Yeah, bearing stacks are a love-hate thing, but we should have a little bit easier time, Chris, with our pen mods, I hope. Now I say I hope. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off on mounting the top piece, and we're going to build our stack. So this left side is a single bearing stack. So we're going to need our small pen to go right there. We're going to need a washer, bearing, washer. Get a couple of these out here. So when you're using a washer, then you just drop it on the ground. So yeah, that one's gone. Okay. So when you're using a washer, one side you can see is nice and shiny, and that's the side that it was stamped through the steel in. You look at the other side, it's not going to be shiny, and you're going to have burrs on the edges. Put the burred edge towards the plastic and the shiny against the bearing. So we put our pin in, we put in our washer. We're going to do bearing. So bearing flange side down, bearing flange side up, and another washer. Once again with the shiny smooth side to the bottom and the the rough side facing up. Which means this side gets our 2 stack. So we get our bearing down in there. We're going to go washer, flange down, flange up. Now this only calls for 1 washer. So pick whichever way you want to go, put a washer in there. Flange down, flange up, and like I'm out of 10, right? So I'm going to have to try and pull this pen up a little bit. Not off, up. Back on it. Still not all the way there, but we have another one. So we use the longer pins on these then? The double stacks? Because we have a double stack here in the back. And then everything else is a single stack on the XY, right? So I think that's my issue is I just need to use the longer ones on the double stack. Is what I talked myself through the last time and then still didn't. We'll take our longer pins, of which we've got 2. Once again, we'll layer our stack in here. So flange bearing down, flange bearing up, washer, flange bearing down, flange bearing up, and then another washer. Now we've got a single stack and a double stack. And when we look at the other piece that we're going to put on, there's our spacer that goes over the top of the single stack. So we should be able to line this up. Be able to line this up. Get my nuts out from underneath the nut bar there. Use our tweezers to get our nuts somewhat lined up. Both sides. At both sides. So we've got our nuts somewhat lined up, and this plate's going to go down, and we're going to line up the pins in the appropriate spots. Push it down on there. Now we'll have our 4 screws on the side, and then the other 3 that are going to mount our motor through, and we'll have one side done. So we're going to need, what we got? Top ones are M3x10s. So these 2 and these 2 are M3x10s. And I'm going to grab my ball end hex driver. I'm going to run into issues with clearance gap here. Grab the right one. Yeah, I'll find it, but it'll probably take me a day or two. I'll be doing stuff, cleaning, walking around, and I'll be like, "Oh, look, shiny." So that one wasn't one. Oh, oh, hopefully the other one is captive. Now, there if it went further back, further back. Lock these down. And then we'll need our M3 by 25, and these should be the button head cap screws. And this will go through the printed parts and into the other three holes in the motor to hold the motor together, to squish the motor. And once again, don't break these down to the point where you start hearing parts cracking. Bad day. And then make sure that your bearing stacks are rotating. All of mine are. Make sure you've got your bearing stacks in such a way that they actually look like pulleys. Because I have stacked them flange sides in the same direction a couple of times, and then you don't realize it until you're going to belt, and you're like, "Why is this belt not right?" And you realize you were an idiot. Now we're going to do the same thing pretty much on our other side. One of the things that we do need to do is put a end stop here if we're going to be using mechanical end stop switch. So if you're doing sensorless homing, you do not need to put a end stop here. Um, haven't decided, and I don't believe the kit came with end stops. So I believe their anticipation is sensorless homing for X and Y. Now doing an end stop on X is going to be easy enough because there's a tool head board. I can do an end stop on here fairly easy as well. Um, say 24 AWG, 60 millimeters in length. All right, I'm just going through here and reading this. What do you guys think? Should we do sensorless homing or should we do end stop switch? Thank you for the alert, Ramon. End stops always. Aussie no end stop. Oh well, I think I've got a couple. Yep, I got a couple here. I got a couple here. We can do that. So I'm curious why only 60 millimeters of wire. End stops always. Aussie no end stop. Please hold. Please hold what? Sixty millimeters on the outer edges. Let me. I wonder if they meant like 60 centimeters, not 60 millimeters, because 60 millimeters is like that. That's not getting you far, right? I'm going to need a good wire length because it's going to need to probably come over, go down through the, well, maybe not, come over, go through the umbilical, down through the bottom, and then to the front for the board. So, and they were saying, what they want, 24, 24 gauge. All right, let me grab some. The good news is I've got a plethora of wire. Whether I can just use some straight 24 gauge, or I can sift through the various wires that I've got here to see if I've got something that might make it. Yeah, yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I could pick like some of these wires, but I don't know if I have enough of one of these that's long enough. Oh, pole started? Gotcha. There we go. Engagement. Engagement. Meanwhile, I'm going to continue to look through my wire strands here to see if I've got anything that's possibly long enough make the run. Oh, look, individual DuPont. Because it's not going to be moving. It's going to be probably coming out here, going there, coming down, under, to the front. Well, hell, this should be good enough. I just need 2 of these. So we just need to figure out colors. I'd almost rather do either both or neither. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this motor cable wire because, well, I've got it. Apparently it's not going to be a joy to come apart. There we go. We're going to use the red and green, brown, whatever. We'll leave the blue and yellow for later. There we go. Here's a couple of wires. These should be plenty long enough to make it. And this is why, kids, you always keep your extra pieces of wire when you do printer builds, because you never know when you're going to need a short length of wire or a decent length of wire. And your motor wires run a good decent length. So if you're like, I'm sure this came off of probably like a Rook build, or because I've got 3 Rook builds, or something like that. And I was able to just reuse it versus digging around and grabbing brand new wire. So we'll just use these. These are PEP coated wire. Got a DuPont on each end. Already got some type of twist going, so we'll retwist these later. Actually, we'll probably do a little. We'll try and retwist this later. But we're going to need to solder these before we put this together. So let's get some things ready to solder. We've got our OmniFixo helping hands, always a joy to use. Because you can take your end stop, because these are omnidirectional balls and they're straight clamps like that, you can just clamp your end stop just like that and be able to easily hold it. The problem with a lot of your helping hands is they're like alligator clips, and they're kind of a pain in the ass. They tear things up, and like I said, they're just kind of a pain in the ass. Our soldering iron. And I find trying to strip step cable be a joy sometimes. And I always wind up wrapping it around my hand because otherwise you just slide right on down the length of it. Take it and wrap it around my hand a couple of times so I can get some friction on it. Ends. Both of those. We'll need our soldering iron. This is why I need another one of these so I can leave this in here all the time and then just use a second one as a standard soldering iron. But it's quick enough to swap out. I'm going to need this, that, wire links. And I will put a little bit of heat shrink on this later. Well, later meaning after I solder it, not beforehand. All right, thanks for the alert, Ram. Oh, close here and intimate. Let this get a little warm. Definitely liking the drop game. All right, so now what we need to do is get our little bit on our tip, and then we're going to tin the legs on our end stop. Solder on there. We want to tin the wires themselves. And if you're having any problems getting your wires tinned or these pads tinned, use some flux, and that will dramatically help in getting a good solder joint. Now what I'm going to do is just use my Omni Fixo, get everything close together, touch it with my iron, move the heat, let it sit there. That wire is now nice and good and connected. Same thing on the other side. Use my Omni Fixo to bring things over, kind of get things lined up. Apply some heat. And just like that, we should be good. We've got wires soldered on both of the side pins. Come on. So now all we need to do is put a little bit of heat shrink tubing on there and shrink that down. Oops. That there, that there, off. Take the hot iron and get it out of the way, or I will burn myself. I know this. Always good to know those things about yourself. Isn't that right, Chris? You have a propensity to spill your nuts, then make sure that you have a magnet nearby that you can get your nuts or balls when you drop them. New toy. Okay. I'm just down here. All this is a hot air gun. I'll be able to put the heat shrink right in there and it'll redirect it right back on it and shrink it down real fast. Much pieces. Cut the DuPont connectors off the other. What do you guys think of the build so far? Do I want to go out and start building a salad fork or a micron? Here, Micron manual just got an update, and I believe I saw something about LDO and West 3D having kits soon. That didn't take much of anything, and now we've got our 2 wires, and we've got them nice and shrink wrapped on there, so they're protected. Things out of the way. Put some things back where they were. I feel like I'm still organized somewhat. Okay, we're going to use our M2 by 10 self-tapping screws. Yeah, when I saw that LDO had chimed in about the Micron. I was like, ooh, that could be an interesting build too. So now these self-tapping are Phillips head screws. Like these too much. We'll see. So once again, our end stop's going to sit in there like this based on our picture with the lever facing out. The face of the part needs to pretty much be straight and flush. And I think it only requires one screw. I called out two. Okay, we'll do two. Normally there's a nub on one side, but I didn't see a nub on this one. Make sure we're nice and flush. Self-tapping screw to put in the second one, which does not have a hole started at all. These are some sorry. With the bucket head cap screw versions. I like them a lot better. Like I said, this hole here did not have a starter hole. So this is truly self-tapping right into the plastic on that one. There, we're good. There's our end stop. We'll have to worry about the wires in a second. Where we're going to wind up having out those, but we'll figure that out. Okay. A motor mount, blah, blah, blah. We're going to start in the same kind of direction with an M3x6 motor in place while we get started. Orient the motor so the wires are on the right side. So do they want the motor with the wires going right up against the uprights, I'm assuming? This one I came this way. Probably need to take that one around. So you're going to come down here and just ride the channel on this. Okay. Now, see where we're at here. We're going to do our single up here in the front. So we're going to take one of our smaller pens, washer, first side down, shiny side up, bearing, flange side down, bearing flange side up, another washer with the shiny side down, burr side up. Take the longer pin, put it over here in the corner. Start off with a washer, shiny side up, burr side down. Flange bearing, flange side down. Flange bearing, flange side up. Washer, second orientation. We're only using one. Flange side down. Flange side up. And another washer with the shiny side down, burr side up. There we go. There's our second two bearing stacks. And then we're going to need to take our mount that has our end stop in it. The more I look at this, there is a channel right here. You believe we're going to want to bring our wires into that channel, like so. This is going to mount just like this. So what we're going to need to do is get our two nuts that are hiding. Here we go. Got the two that are hiding. They're here, so we'll move these into position. Then we need to make sure that our pins line up with the printed part. So our pins have lined up. Our holes seem to be lined up. We're going to use, I believe it's M3x10s to mount the top plate. Yep, M3x10s to mount the 4 screws to mount the top plate to the extrusions. Well, Chris, I did tell you that the package is supposed to be here Monday, right? According to the mailman or the post office. And then I didn't see anything from Formnext. But has E3D told you anything about like release dates or delivery time on things like the Rhoda and the high flow obsidians? Like I'm not sure from the announcement. I know that they were announced that they're coming. I don't know if they've been released, or I'm not sure if you guys have heard any more information on that. Okay, so Rhoda's announcing coming soon. Okay, so they had high flow obsidian at the show, but we don't know if it's the win. Okay. So the rear one is in, but the front one, the not slid back on me. So oops, too far. Close enough. I just saw they were announced and I was like, ooh. An obsidian high flow. That's good. And the Rhoda just looks really good. I also saw that they've got a Orbiter Light V2 from, or not an Orbiter Light, a Montech LGX Light V2. Oh, oh, that was announced. Well, M335. Three by, oh, I guess they are M3 by. Yeah, lots of things happening, and lots of things were announced. I was just like, oh, this is too many things being announced, too much cool stuff, and yeah, not fair because I couldn't be there. And this hole actually got, we'll say like support in it. Clean that out. Definitely looking forward to some of that stuff. And the yeah, just a lot of cool things coming to market. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some of them. I keep seeing Fadus talking about their, was it the next G extreme hot end? Apparently they're going to have that with the, I'll say the standard XG mount, and then a mount that will basically look like a dragon or dragon high flow mount. So kind of like a Voron style mounting or Grove mount. Like, oh, there's stuff coming out. Just trying to put a few things away. Make sure I don't lose anything. Okay, so I believe we've got both of our motors. We're going to double check that we're looking at 1, 2, 1, 2. What area code is 310? Do I know? Now here it's going to want us to prepare the idler tensioners. And I'm going to have a completely different set of idler stuff. So let me, one, just work on listing these because I think we may be semi-done for the evening. 9:30. I'm just going to twist these a little bit. And then I will wrap them up and try and keep them out of the way for the time being. And the nice thing about an end stop is it doesn't matter what which order it's in, because you can always change the order if it's in the, if it's should be open and it's closed. It's just really easy to change the order or the oh play English as a second language again. It's really easy to change the setting in Flipper. So do that, and then we can curl this up a little bit so we'll be able to keep these out of the way. Remember to print a label for those before we get too far. So front idlers, we're also going to have a pin mod for the front idlers. Where's that stuff? Here. So in this case, since we're going to be doing the pin mod, I'm going to not look at this section. I'm going to have to look at the pin mod section, which is why I said we may wind up doing these next stream, because it is almost 10 o'clock and I do need to give my brother a call back. So with that, we will come back to doing our idlers, front idlers, and a couple of these other things in the next stream. So thank you everybody for being here. Does anybody have a raid suggestion for this evening? I know it's Thursday night, which should be a Big Jano or a Creatix Brit, but I don't know. Hey, Aceta Craft, how are you doing? We are just about to try and find a raid target for this evening. That's awesome. That and good, because unless I could have sworn I printed new ones of these, because I need a second one of these. And did I throw it on the ground when I dumped the bag out the first time? Yeah. Maybe it was just in my mind that I printed it, and I'm going to have to print it again. And then find the part that I originally printed. Ooh, I know where it's at. I put these on the bed of the of Kyber Dragon, which was still printing at 60C to give them plenty of time so that they didn't warp, so that they could cool down gently. So yeah. So next time we'll come back, we'll do our front idlers, which are going to be the pin mod for the front idlers, and we will continue going from there, because I think we'll do that and then we'll go immediately into the gantry. So that'll be the next stream, which for this build will be, oh hey, Barrett Fawcett, nice, very nice. So the next stream for this build is scheduled to be Tuesday. We're doing the salad fork build during the week, so Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then we are doing on Saturday, we're going to start doing the 2.4 build, the Boron 2.4 build for Chewy. He is one of my subscribers, and he had asked me if I would be willing to build his 2.4 for him because, excuse me, because he's been having to work a lot of overtime and stuff like that. And I said, no problem. You buy the parts, I'll build it on stream. So that's kind of the plan and where we're at. That there. Printed parts. This. Yeah, so where we're at so far is we've got our 3 Z motors in place. We've got our A and B motors. This motor, I am going to clock it, I believe, and run the wires towards the frame so that we can come straight down the frame over and then down. I'll double check. This one, it said to face to the right towards the frame. So I think this will be the same way. So I'll just have to remove these 3 bolts and the one in the back, and then I can clock this around. But we got our Z drives in. We built our bed. We got our AB motors installed. So we're making good progress. Like I said, on Tuesday, we will do the front idlers with the 10 mod. We'll do the connector in the back here that'll connect the Z upright to the gantry side. And then we'll start working on our X gantry, get that built out. Then after that, it's going to be belt. Let me see what's next in line. So we're almost done with XY motion. We'll do gantry, then it's bed, belts. It says clicky. We're not doing clicky because we're going to put boop on this. We're not doing a mini afterburner. We're doing a mini stealth burner. Electronics. Yeah, so we're moving right along. This time next week, we should have, the full gantry belted with the X carriage, if not the tool head and the bed in place. And then the next following week would most likely be the laying the electronics, the skirts, wiring, and panels. So, and I did not see, let's see, I've got a subsector. Quest for subsector. Is she actually live already? Or is she just getting geared up? She could be live. Add some yellow and it can be candy corn. No, we're white, orange, and a galaxy purple for some accents here and there, because this is going to be the orange berry creamsicle. Orange berry creamsicle. So, yeah, let me go ahead and get the raid set up to go over to subsector. He's live and going. So, not sure what she's working on tonight, like some type of electronics project. Thank you all. Let me, whoops, get back up here so you guys can see me. So thank you all for being here again this evening. We're doing good on this build. It's always great to have you all here. It's always great to be able to chat about a build and either explain a new part of the build or make discussions such as, hey, what should we do for electronics? How would the electronics fit in here? And some of those things that especially on a build like this. When you do a 300 size Trident, like over here in the corner, you've got oodles of room. And it's real easy to have the 24-volt power supply, the 5-volt power supply, the controller, the Raspberry Pi, the whole 9 yards. But when you start getting into smaller builds like this or a V0, space is at a premium. And you've got to figure out the best way to run those things. So that's why we're making some choices that we're making on this. And okay, see you later, Timor. And I think this is going to be a really cool build. Thank you to KB3D Chris for getting a package in the mail to me. And Chris, the only reason I think that package is going to take until Monday is because, well, the 11th is a federal holiday, and at least my company is observing it on Friday. So I'm not sure if the post office is running Friday and or Saturday or one or the other or how they're doing it. I just don't know. But it says it'll be here Monday. If it shows up early, I'll be happy. I know the electronics that I purchased for this will be here on Monday. Or I'm sorry, Monday, tomorrow. Um, yeah, because like I said, I switched up um, from the Octopus board since I know I'm running CAN bus. I'm going to run a Manta M5P. That's 5 drivers. So I've got the 3X, the A, and the B will drive off the board. And because it's a Manta board, the CB1 module or a CM4 module is going to be loaded on it. In my case, it's going to be a CB1 version 2.2 with the EMCC 28 or 32 gig of EMCC on it. That'll be an all-in-one package for that, so I don't have to worry about a separate UTC CAN. The CAN bus is right onto the Manta board. So I'll just need a 24-volt power and the CAN on the Manta board. So that'll make the electronics a lot easier to run. And of course, it's a 4-wire connection. I can't remember. I do not believe the EBBs are coming with the CAN bus cable. So I can either order one or make one, and I've made 2 of them for my Mercuries. No big deal. Easy enough to do. Yeah, that's kind of the status and where we're at here. This is going to be a cute little printer. I'm doing a few smaller-ish printers, and the 2.4 for Chewy is going to be a 300 size, so it's going to be just like this one right here. And then the black box, of course, is a 300 size. So that's going to be big chunky. He big boned. Well, we got the raid going to subsector. Thanks everybody for being here. Sorry for chatting on so long. And good night. And we'll see everybody on Tuesday. Thanks all. Oh, I guess we're getting the raid going now. Apparently I didn't set up the raid. So thanks everybody for being here. Let's go ahead and raid over to subsector. Have a great night.